Hello and good morning, everybody. Today, we get back into Ace Attorney investigations after a long week. Yeah, we didn't play since Tuesday last week, so we're back. We're back. I hope you guys all had an amazing weekend. If you didn't, I'm sorry. If you did, I'm also sorry. Oh, fuck. Okay. But yeah, it's Monday. And you know what that means. Everyone's favorite day of the week, or something. It's Miles Monday. You got it, chatter. You get a gold star for the day. Congratulations. How'd everything go with the flight issues? I mean, I made it. It was just a very long and tiring day, that's for sure. Oh boy. It was very, very tiring. Actually, I never really talked about it. I'm not, like, I can't talk about the trip, but, like, I can talk about my flights. Give me one moment. Because, yeah, it was actually really scary. It was something. We went through a time. By the way, hi, everybody. Nice to see you guys. So, my flight that day, I was flying to LA. On the day the wildfires started. I didn't know about that until I landed. So, like, this is a whole story, okay? So, I was flying to LA. That was my destination. And meanwhile, like, my flight was delayed. A lot of other flights were delayed. I somehow made it to LA, okay? Like, I made it that night. But the pilot, whenever we took off, he warned us that the only thing the pilot said was that our landing was gonna be a bit rough because of extremely high winds that LA was currently experiencing. And that's all I was told. So we're in the air, we're flying on the plane, we're like 30 minutes from landing, we're on the descent. If you've never flown a plane, the last like 30 minutes as you're descending, you know, you have to sit down, you have to put your seatbelt on, you're not allowed to get up. And it was kind of like more of an emergency situation, so even the flight attendants couldn't really get up to like handle emergencies. Unless it was like an emergency, everyone had to stay seated because it was gonna be a bumpy ride getting through the winds. And it's funny because I look out my window, I have a window seat on the flight, and I see the moon. I'm like, okay. They said that we were gonna land in LA. Now I'm coming from the east, so I'm flying over to the LA this way. And they had to land oceanside for some reason. They didn't say why. I had no idea there were wildfires going on. So we had to fly in oceanside. So I'm like, I'm seeing the moon, and I feel like I shouldn't be seeing the moon. And then I see the moon a second time. I'm like, why am I seeing the moon again? We're just going in circles. And I had no idea what was going on. The second time I see the moon, I start smelling a smoke smell. And that's where I started panicking, because I'm like, oh my God, is the plane malfunctioning? Because, like, the knowledge of knowing that we were going through wildfire smoke would have been nice to know prior. But the pilot did not provide that information. I had no idea. So I'm panicking as I smell smoke, because if you smell smoke coming from an airplane, that makes you think like something is malfunctioning mechanically, and like, well, that's not a good thing to smell. So I'm sitting in my seat and I'm panicking, and I'm like, why am I smelling smoke? And it was like 15 minutes of smelling smoke too. It did not go away for a long time. So my panic was just setting in. Not a fun time. And then I start getting like extremely nauseous. I feel like I'm about to throw up, and I have never been nauseous on a flight before. Like, the smoke was so much, and I felt like I was having trouble breathing. Like, it was probably a mix of my anxiety plus the air pressure of the cabin, plus just a lot of things. I was just so nauseous, and I felt like I was on the verge of throwing up when finally the smoke lifted. It took 15 minutes for it to lift. Meanwhile, for us to land, I guess what had to happen was they tried to keep their altitude. That was the word I'm looking for. They're trying to keep their altitude high so that they fly above the smoke, essentially. So the pilot tried his best, I guess. And then we get to the ocean side and we're like descending in a circle. So I'm like, I saw the moon 3 times in passing. I'm like, wow, that's the moon again. This is an experience. So we're like descending in a circle in order to land at LAX, and that was just the worst flight experience I've ever had in my life. Not only did they like, that's not a Misty, that's a Smoky, oh my gosh. Not only did they have to change my flight like 4 times for me to get in LA that night, but not knowing the wildfire situation, then panicking about smelling smoke, and then being nauseous over smelling the smoke for 15 minutes. It was just a mess. At least when I landed, my chauffeur was very, very nice and very, very chatty, and I appreciated talking to him. He updated me on the wildfire situation going on in LA right now, because I did not know. He's like, yeah, it just started this morning. It was weird because it was like 54 degrees Fahrenheit, and it was like really cold. I don't understand how the fire could spread that bad. It had to be a human. Like, that's what he was saying. I don't know, but like, it was just, I'm glad I had a good chauffeur whenever I landed. Was there a possessed gun? No. But it was very scary. Like, it was not a very fun flight. But I'll tell you more about the trip in general later. Yeah. Flying, I never really was afraid of flying. And I'm still not. Like, flying is a very safe mode of transportation compared to driving every day. But like, that was just terrible. I never want to fly through wildfire smoke ever again. Or any smoke for that matter. But on a brighter note, Meme Monday. Meme Monday is great. I know. What is the coincidence you went to LA when it started? The day the wildfire started. I'm like, what is my luck? Thankfully, where I was nowhere near the fires, so it was fine, but it was still concerning. Like, I was still like in a red flag area where they were like giving us caution because a fire could start, which is still scary, but we were not. Thankfully, I wasn't close to the fires. You're ready for Mpreg Monday. Okay! Let's go! Okay, where did we leave off? Last week was January 6th.
That sounds super scary. Talk about bad luck. Glad you made it safe and sound. Less than 3. Hope you have an awesome stream today to make up for it.
Oh, thank you for the 45 months. I appreciate it. I'm just glad it's done. To be honest, I'm just glad I'm home, away from the fires. What a thing to walk in on. Welcome in on Mpreg Monday, Panda. Welcome to the stream. Woo! Thoughts on the Yakuza Direct? Oh my god, the fact that you're calling it Yakuza. I didn't watch it. I don't want to watch more footage of Pirate Majima. Like, I just want to experience the game. I'm done watching stuff on it. Not the Yakuza. The RGG Studios Twitter has become super pun fest. It's like, actually, let me open it right now. The 2 guys that run it are having way too much fun with the Twitter account. Let's see. Oh, geez. Captain Majima wants to share some tips for how he keeps himself and crew staying ship shape in Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Those rock hard abs don't just happen, matey.
Glad you're safe. Hope you don't have the same trouble next time.
Oh, me too, man. I've been traveling so much more. It'll be fine. It was just very unfortunate to fly down on that day. Thank you so much for the 6 months. I appreciate it. All right. So, am I too... I can't decide if I'm too bright or not. Anyway. Every time I look at this Twitter, I'm just like crying on the inside. The puns, man. Chimps ahoy. I don't think you're ready for this jelly because Polly wants to crack your skull and we're dropping jaws like it's sharkweed. Huh. I went to a new gym today, so I might just snag that training regimen. Wow, yeah, you could train just like Majima. That's crazy. I am very much looking forward to the game, man. Very, very much. Yeah, like I said, I don't think I'm gonna watch the direct, unfortunately. You wonder if people get into marketing and social media management to do this? I mean, it's a perk. It's like, you gotta have fun with your job. And I mean, the more fun you have with your job, the more that resonates with, you know, viewers. So it's a great thing. I love that they have fun. I do know the two guys personally. They are very, very nice. And I'm glad that they have a lot of fun running this Twitter account. It's really sweet. They do a damn good job. I do love them. I wish I could work out with Alan. Okay, anyway, so Meme Monday! Woo! Let's go! I don't think there are many memes, and maybe that is for the best. All right, here we are. What is this cursed image? What the hell? Holy shit. Moving right along. Emmys have been sent to everyone's houses. Oh, come on! The blue badge! Bro, that shit was so terrifying. Ain't no way. Wait, she's making this face. It was not my intention, but it looked funny, so I decided to keep it. Wait, you can't see it. Well, you can see it here. It's just super, super small. Look at this beautiful face of mine. Look at this beaut. Look at this beaut. It looks like a mix of I'm angry, but like I'm about to sneeze. Like I can't tell between which, but it's one of the two. Lord Daddy was found. Oh my gosh. Yes, Lord Daddy. Use this template when you want drama. Oh my gosh. All right, that's it. Yay! Short Meme Monday. I mean, last week's streams were, you know, I only had like 2.5 streams. One of them was E's, which, by the way, update on E's playthrough. I think I want to play on Wednesday this week. I think the next 2 Wednesdays we'll play like investigations, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Wednesdays we'll play E's. How about that? So this week and next week, just have like 1 stream each week, finishing it up. I think it should only take 2 more streams. She's hooked, we got her. 1 stream a week, okay? 1 stream. That's not me saying that I'm hooked. When is Trails? Oh my god. Okay, okay, can I be so real right now? I have debated something. Now, I might regret this, but I don't think I'm going to regret this. I can be flexible with the next game series that I play. I can be flexible. I have thought about making sub-goals for things that people particularly want. Now, as of right now, we're gonna play Ace Attorney Investigations 1 and 2. That might take us all the way to the Pirate Majima release date, but if not, I was gonna jump into Zero Escape. Now, I could make a sub-goal of like 1,000, and if we hit it, I drop whatever game that I'm playing, and I switch to Trails. That's just an example. I have thought about doing that because I don't truly care what games I play in an order. Like, if my community wants me to particularly play a game, then I am down to play it. Like, I could be convinced. I'm not... Yeah, like, my plans for this year, like, I had plans to play, like, a certain series of games this year, but it doesn't need to be that way at the same time. Like, I absolutely can be flexible on that. Now, here's another thing that I want to do this year, is play multiple games at the same time. So, like, if I could play Zero's... Okay, so essentially what I'm saying is, if you really want me to play Trails, I can make it a goal for the stream, and if we hit it, then I currently play it alongside whatever game I'm already playing. How about that? So then it doesn't take away from the stream, but then I could just be playing 2 games at the same time, and I don't see a downside in that, honestly, because I kind of miss the days where I did stream 2 games at the same time. Like, we had a schedule of Monday, Wednesday, Friday playing 1 game, and Tuesday and Thursday playing another game. That wasn't a bad schedule. I just found it sometimes hard depending on the games I was playing at the same time. It was kind of hard to switch between them if they were both really story heavy. But it depends on the games, but I'd be down for going back to doing that. A Legend of Heroes games or just Trails? Well, I don't see people... It's whatever the community wants me to play. So maybe I should do like a poll on Twitter or Discord or both and see what the highest result is of what the community wants me to play the most, and I can put like a few different series on it. And then that can be what our next goal is. How about that? And I would play them quote unquote in order. I don't know what that is. I'll figure it out later, but I think that's gonna be what I plan to do moving forward. Because it's like I said before, I'm okay with switching my plans for this year and just doing what the community wants. Because at this point in my life, there are just so many fucking games that I want to play that why not just let you guys decide, you know? I will, well, the current plan is to still play the latent games, but the latent games were always going to come after Zero Escape. Like, Zero Escape I wanted Zero Escape to be my next game that I play. Oh yeah, Okami HD, I do have that on Steam. We'll get there eventually too. But I want to play games quicker this year. I want to have faster turnaround time with videos, which that's already solved. More shorts content this year, but yeah, I want to cover more games. That's harder to do when all we're doing is playing a lot of really long games, but that just means longer streams. Woo! Hi, Mukul! So yes, maybe starting tomorrow, I'll add like a sub goal to the stream and we can see if we smash that. If not, I'll still play Trails. Like, it's not like I'm never gonna touch these games. It's just, if you guys want me to play it sooner rather than later, like, I just push it to playing it now rather than, like, maybe in a few years. There's really no big difference. So it's like, it's still a win-win situation at the same time. We're working hard this year, especially the editors. Oh my gosh. How many subs for a competitive genital jousting stream? Honestly, just 50 subs. I'm just kidding, by the way. Before someone just fucking does it. And then I'll be like, bro, that was sarcasm. Strimmer, how many gifted subs for Elden Ring? It's a serious question. I'm convinced that y'all don't really want to watch me play Elden Ring. I think the community wants me to play Trails more than Elden Ring. I could be wrong. It's an indie game. Wait, what? That's... I thought you were just making shit up. What do you mean that that's an indie game? It's like Tion Allen and I don't exist. I'm sorry, I don't, But yeah, so like I said, we'll make it a sub goal. But I think in order to choose which game the community wants me to play, because right now it just seems like Trails, I'm getting yelled at with Trails so much right now. Thanks, Nico. It's 100% his fault. I'll do a Twitter poll to see what game. I'll make it like Elden Ring, Trails, Kingdom Hearts. These are all games that I was planning to play in like 2 years. So I'm trying to choose the series that I was gonna play later down the line, and I can push them forward. These songs are so good. They are really good. I do love the investigation music a lot. It's amazing. This guy really needs pulls. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably one of the few people that actually don't like Blue Sky that much. I think I might be the only person. But yeah, it's just lacking so much stuff. Devil May Cry was on the list for this year. So that's, I mean, I could push that forward, but it was already a series that I was gonna get into this year, so no need to like put it on the pool. Where do we vote for this again? I will do a ping on Discord. So if you're in the Discord and you have pings on, I rarely ping with like the @everyone tag. So I hope that people don't have it muted. But I just try not to abuse it. Like I try to limit myself to like 1 ping per month. So I might do a ping for the poll over there. And also share it on Twitter. And also YouTube community post. So it'll be YouTube community post, the same poll. I'll probably do like a straw poll link and I'll put it in all of these places. Tales of Graces Remastered. I love the Tales of series. That's another one that is currently gonna be on my backlog for probably years until people really want me to play them. I do need to play more of the Tales games. I just don't imagine myself getting there for several years. So many people are playing Kingdom Hearts recently and it warms my heart. Really? Huh. I haven't seen anybody playing it. I mean, it truly feels like I'm one of the only people that haven't played it, because I'm surrounded by all of my friends that have played it. And I feel like the only one that's just like left out of the loop. But I've mentioned it many, many times. The main reason I'm deterred away from Kingdom Hearts is because like I can't monetize the playthrough, so it's really hard to play several games for several months that are unmonetized. So I think I have to break up Kingdom Hearts a lot. So, you know, go through one game and then take a break, go through another game, take a break, so that, you know, I don't have like large amounts of time where I don't have a lot of income, you know? Copyright's a huge issue with Kingdom Hearts, so I kind of don't want to have problems. Kingdom Hearts in release order or chronological? I don't know the difference. I'm just gonna refer to my friends on that one, because my friends are all Kingdom Hearts fans. I was gonna ask, like, everybody, and they'll just point me in the right direction. Kingdom Hearts fans are starving right now. Is that why I should play it right now? Because y'all are, like, that starved? Is it really that bad? There was a huge surge back in 2021 when the 20th anniversary happened. In 2021, I was too busy playing like every Persona game under the sun. And Yakuza, I got into that time. At that time, 2021 was like my Persona and Yakuza year, and I do not regret it one bit. It's hard to understand the plot of Kingdom Hearts anyway. Make it a bigger challenge. Play in random order. You know, the Ace Attorney fandom has kind of been the same way. No offense, chat, but like, I'm gonna refer to my friends to know how to approach Kingdom Hearts rather than like internet and chat. Because like, Ace Attorney has been wild. What game was it that people were yelling at me for the DLC case? Like, people think it's a really big deal that, you know, like, cases are out of order, and I'm like, you can usually tell when chronologically something happens, you know? Like, you don't need to play a story in order to get it. You don't need to. Dual Destinies, yeah, that was a fucking hot mess. Like, that was a fucking time. People were like, you're not gonna understand the timeline. Oh, you're out of chronological order, as if I can't. Anyway, I think it's fine. Yeah, that was. I think it was just Dual Destinies. I recall it happening one other time too, but my brain is escaping me. Oh, I honestly don't remember the time where people were telling me to skip 1-5. I don't remember that actually. Maybe it happened? I almost created an incident of abuse of mod pumps. Oh, but don't worry. You know, and same with trails, too. I will inquire in my personal circles. I am friends with a lot of gamers in my genre, so I can go to the right people. The dark age of the chat. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. But don't worry, I still love you guys. I still love you guys. That's just, I feel like that's just the nature of, you know, internet and Twitch chat. You just get used to it over time. But anywho, let's get into investigations today, shall we? So, we did a little bit of starting case 4 last time. I didn't finish the full part 1 because I was worried about my flights and I ran to the airport really fast. But I think we still have to finish it up a little bit here. The spoilers justify the bans. Oh, damn, Alan. Oh, yeah, we're arguing with Whammon. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there, super pale, as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nimwit, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's enough reason for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? Oh boy. Let's review this case. It's been 6 days. It's gonna be a bit rusty to start today. We have the KG-8 incident overview. Cadopian Embassy staff member Manny Cochin found not guilty. A shadow over the Amano group? What's his relation to the smuggling ring? The victim, Miss CC Yu. Isn't that Callisto Yu? Was that like her sister? Anyway. I only know. I don't think I saw that last time, actually. Okay, and then we have Detective Gumshoe's testimony, which was that he was in the hall on guard duty. Other than the gunshot, they didn't hear a sign of a struggle. Then the handgun found in Faraday's hand, bullet that killed Rel was fired from a few yards away. And then the knife, I believe Faraday brought this as evidence. It was found in Rel's hand. Oh boy. Burn Faraday, mackerel. Ugh. Approximately at 4 p.m. on September 10th. Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. Remarks about the bodies. Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. The shock from the stabbing caused instantaneous death. Rel died of a bullet wound to the chest. There is no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible that he was alive for a little while after being shot. You would think that a knife, this would be the opposite. Like, a knife stab would be the thing that you, like, survive a little bit afterward, and a bullet usually is instantaneous. No, like, this sounds so fucking backwards. Oh, you know what I can't unsee right now? Look at Mackerel's eyeballs. They look like mouths. Like smiling mouths for eyes. It's so... I hate it. It's gross. Now I can't unsee that. Alright, the fountain pen used by the left-handed Faraday. Looks like it has a quality nib. I remember we opened this before. Then the plastic bag. One of the bags strewn on the floor of lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it. Okay. And that is all of our stuff. Now the people involved, we have Burn Faraday. You have dead. Oh my god, I forgot about the dead man. Gunned down in front of the embassy by Rel. Embassy staff killing suspect. He was killed in lobby number 2 with the handgun. Yatagarasu. Real identity is unknown, but claims to be a noble thief. And then you have Lil Baby K. Oh, a girl with a balloon. During the recess, she asked me to change some coins for her. The judge. Testifies no one was in the hallway for a short period of time. And Dick Gumshoe, 26. Oh! New rookie detective at the precinct. First crime scene. It seems very enthusiastic. And then Callisto Yu, lawyer of embassy staff killing the defendant. Rel, I was to battle her in court. You have Tyrell Bad. like him. Eagle-eyed homicide detective was called in to be the expert witness on the Yatagarasu case. And Manny Cochin, this guy. He was a staff member. He was the suspect in the KG8 incident. And then Francisca! She's such a baby! Oh, boy. Why do I feel like Byrne Faraday is not Kay's real dad? Where is the resemblance? Like, where... This ain't your dad. It ain't no way. Like, you look at these two and you're like, you don't have any physical traits that are like each other. None. Zip. Nada. That's not your dad. I'm so confused. I'm thinking that this Miss CCU was actually her real mom. She looks a lot more like Kay. Anyway. Would that make this girl Callisto her aunt or something? I don't know. That's my current thing. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstood me, pal. No matter how bad I get, I could never hold a grudge. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed per se, but there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Miss Yu's perfect explanation may not be so perfect at all. Gumshoe's motive. We need to clear Gumshoe of suspicion here. Okay, it was a week ago.
Hold it!
A week ago? Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances? No way. I only met him in person today. Then how did you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before. I saw the detective get chewed out.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset? Yeah, you know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was, totally beat red in the face. Why is she laughing? And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making right now, right? I'm completely innocent, I tell ya. The poor man. She's just laughing. It was quite the scene with the detective.
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you? Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. Why does she keep laughing? I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. But you do! What have I got stuck on my face? Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. She's an ass. Miss you, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony. First time watching live, welcome to the stream. Sure, why not?
Hold it!
To cut the new detective salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Okay. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess. They really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective Bad, don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. Oh boy.
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect? It's not. Is it not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you wanted me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Of course, always. Oh, geez. If you could clear this one thing up for me. Faraday and Gumshoe's relation. Allow me to ask the detective directly. What was your relation to Mr. Faraday? Mr. Faraday was in charge of training rookie detectives to testify in trials. I met him on the very first day I entered the criminal affairs department, pal. I had no idea Mr. Faraday was so involved. Faraday, he may look like an easygoing guy, but he is actually a bit of a nut for strict discipline and manners. Guys like Gumshoe tended to rub him the wrong way. Oh. There, now you know how the detective and Mr. Faraday were related. Happy now? No! Wait! You said you only had one thing to ask, right? Wow! Oh, you're a riot, Edgeworth! Poor baby. Tell you what, I'll let you have another go. How's that? Clear up the motive for killing Mr. Rao. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Rel? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt that this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away! I too just laugh whenever I see Miles Edgeworth. What can I say? This crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Something so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. I would laugh if his finger wagged in my face. That finger of his can never stop moving.
Joker and Harley Quinn of Secret Daughter.
You're like inherently saying that Callisto is evil, though. Which she's not. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? We should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG-8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them?
Master Gamer 15 tipped €20. Hi Kristal. Wishing you a great day and a great stream. I can't wait to binge this series. You the best.
Me the best. You're the best. Thank you for the €20 donation. What the fuck? I appreciate that. Giga Chad donator. Thank you. I hope that you enjoyed the series too.
Hold it!
So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel? I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch, but I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men.
Hold it!
Someone with a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of people who fit the bill? Sure, after all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Courthouse. Furthermore...
Hold it!
So you're saying that he was basically silenced? Aren't you glad I managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective...
What? Detective Gumshoe, you would kill even me? What? I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor. There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict.
The judge, what are you doing? Your Honor, take a look around. We're not in a courtroom right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay here with us in reality. What the fuck?
Please forgive me. I know not what I do.
He knows not what he does, but he's the judge. Okay, that's great. I love him. I would pull off a Killer Callisto U cosplay. Would I? You know what? I would love to have those earrings, like justice scale earrings. Sign me up for that, honestly. And you there, Miss You, hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I will whip you into shape. That's nice. Sounds kind of fun, actually. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe had to erase the witness, Mr. Rel. I'm not used to this judge sprite. I don't think I'll ever be used to it. It's a cold one.
I didn't do it, pal!
No hard feelings, but I don't think we can take the word of a criminal seriously.
But I can't even begin to think up of ways to set up a crime scene.
I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing.
Why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal?
You shouldn't put yourself down, Detective. You're a big boy. I bet you thought it up all by yourself, right?
Yeah, that's right, and I worked real hard at it, too.
I think this proves one thing about the detectives. He has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit her explanation makes sense. However, there is also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth. Okay, there's no one out there with a motive to kill Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I'm just gonna go for what I noticed earlier. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to the murder. He was killed out of necessity to set... Okay, I'm gonna go off of the first point. There's no one out there with a motive. I think there is. And I think we should base it off of this.
Objection!
Please be right. Okay, if it wasn't that, I actually had no other idea. Miss Yu, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I can think of at least one person that fits that bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident and a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man you killed, who killed a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rel, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason to, had no reason at all to kill both of these men? I suppose he might have a reason or two.
You covered for me, pal! Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect. Make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold.
I didn't do it, pal!
You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out. You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Kochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial. Or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so.
No way! Come on, Detective Bad. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time. I never took a single step into this room, sir.
Anyway, then you're saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No, there was no one else, sir.
Then why should I believe you didn't do it? That is one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think that he would, at the very least, offer up a "I spaced out while on duty" or something like that. Why is the judge so angry? He looks like he's about to go beat up somebody. What the fuck? Like, dude, tone down. It's okay. Come on, Gumshoe. Time for your interrogation. Dude's about to go Super Saiyan. He's like, Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa.
And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Ho, ho, ho.
The judge scares me. Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? Oh? Have set these two men up and make it look like they killed each other. If there's one thing I cannot forgive, it's the desecration of the dead. Oh, that's where we draw the line. Got it. So, what did you want to ask me about? I want to show you my badge. It is a shame that we will not be able to face each other. It was also to be my first trial, too. Oh, is that a declaration of war? How nice it is to be young and carefree. And what a nice squeaky clean badge you've got yourself there. I'm jealous. I'm sure I'm sure its gleam will dull over time with experience.
Are you saying your reputation will also tarnish over time with it?
That's not what I meant! Well, you just can't avoid some things in life. I'll never allow my badge or my reputation to become tarnished. Oh, foreshadowing. We love that. Miss Yu, what do you think about this piece of evidence? I'm interested in finding out what you think about it. I don't really know all that much about it. I don't really know all that much about it either.
I'm sorry, I guess I can't be of any service.
I shouldn't push her too much, she'll just start laughing. And she's still, we could just sit here while she does this laughing animation. It's honestly kind of amusing. If there's one thing that I cannot forgive, it's putting peanut butter on putting peanut butter on pizza. It's really bad that, like, my brain really wants to try it, though. Like, imagine if that actually... I really want to try it. Peanut butter on pizza. Can you really rule it out if you haven't tried it? I'm not about to go order pizza right now. I'm trying to eat healthy, but like, I do want to try it. Why did you put that worm in my brain? God, ban that guy. The current case of the murdered Kodopian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless, both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. When is my cheat day? I mean, I don't really have a cheat day. I just kind of, if I'm feeling like eating bad food, then I just kind of eat bad food. I have no question. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just gonna have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. I just tried doing that. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That file is your proof. Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? Your connection to the KG-8... I should have done the wrong answers first. God damn it, why do I keep them? Is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Oh, sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know.
Peanut butter pizza? Call it only copyright now. From TikTok.
Oh, like the Italian... Are they brothers or friends? I think they're like friends or roommates or something. I think I know who you're talking about. They're pretty funny. But yeah, no, I do want to try it next time I have pizza though. And while I'm at it, why don't I just try Nutella on pizza too? Like, I'll just try both. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU, as I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. Oh, how convenient. Then the evidence had been tampered with? Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring began being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out, they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. Oh. What's that supposed to mean? Why is she laughing? Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already! I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face. Dude, is she become... I am getting, the depressing off of her, where her coping mechanism is to laugh over depressing shit. That is what she is serving. Oh boy. I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. But it's just as bad as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around, and people in the gallery claim that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. And she's laughing. Dude, she's definitely coping. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. And she's not serious enough for her own good. Oh my god. You really do need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Oh boy. Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go! I'm making no such face. Did you know laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth? Oh my god, no! She coping! That's why she laughs so much, no! Don't you get tired of making a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. That's also sad. Everything is depressing. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. Damn. The KG-8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus, that Detective Gumshoe, it's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over, but whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. Oh, that's also depressing. Everything is depressing. Have you ever seen Miles laugh? I've seen Miles go, whoop! Oh god, not the sink. What is the cop on the couch doing? The security member on the couch. I don't understand. Okay. That's... He's not resting like that. You can't rest like that. He's investigating the couch, surely. Alright, so we're 4:45 now. Sir? What is to become of the trial into the Codopian Embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, and the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Huh, looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Codopian Embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rowe? What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all up upon himself with his naivete. An outrageous circus, right, sir? I grow weary of this topic, Edgeworth. I will have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. I'll consider it, he says. Okay. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation.
Whatever for.
I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rowe. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt.
Perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection.
Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I were competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish.
Then you're allowing us to continue?
In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure that you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edward, Franziska, see to it that I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir.
Of course, Papa.
Franziska?
Thank you. Sheesh. Oh, this is actually so interesting. We never really got how much of how the family dynamic really works. Oh. This kills my soul. Okay. It's a little bit too personal for me, actually. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you go off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with the case.
Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed! My inner modeling fanboy is impressed!
I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models per se, but even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle.
Oh, I see.
You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things. Perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here.
Oh.
Oh. It feels like there's a whole backside of this case that we're not seeing. And here we thought that it was a case where the two men had killed each other. We're lacking in information, and as a bon karma, I can hardly call this a perfect investigation.
Indeed, it is as you say.
I can't believe we agree on something. That's what is so revolting about agreeing. Anyway, our first move should be to speak with everyone related to this case. Indeed, even if you had not said it, I was planning to do so anyway. What was that lash for? Hey, Franziska, look at my badge. Do you think you can win this competition by simply showing this to me? Not at all. In fact, I was planning to thank you. I wouldn't be a prosecutor today without you and your father. I didn't really do much. You became a prosecutor first, that's all. But just you wait and see, Miles Edgeworth. Very soon, I'll be a prosecutor too. Good, then we can both send criminals away together as colleagues. But you can be sure that I will always get more convictions than you. It's almost cute that she's going this far to insist that she'll always win. Almost. Almost, though. I heard that it costs as much to make this as it costs to build the courthouse itself. What was the point of making such an expensive model? I felt the exact same way upon hearing it. It's so hard to understand such foolishness. I can't stop the water, sir! It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. Bunch of fools who pretended to not see the foolishly foolish actions of a foolish fool. Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand? As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officer should be covering. Oh. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later. She seems to have quite the grudge. It sounds to me like someone wanted a drink. Yeah. What's the matter, officer? I've been standing here for forever, sir, and I really need to go to the bathroom. Why don't you make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far. It's a short way down the hall beyond these doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone. So I'm gonna hold it! Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence on the force after all. Sir! Nothing to report, sir! Wow. Wow. That is dedication. Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job? Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then this guard can have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream. Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him, though. Oh boy. How did he wake up? He's gatekeeper from Fire Emblem Three Houses? Is he, though? This area is restricted to authorized personnel only, sir. If I'm not authorized personnel, then what, may I ask, do you think I am? The younger sibling of a dysfunctional relationship? Oh, shit! I'm not the younger one! He is! Now get that straight in your head! I believe there is a more objectionable part that you should be upset over, Franziska. Damn, bro! Oh, I can go in the courtroom? Oh, what? What the heck? I can go- Oh my god! I need a screenshot. This is so weird. I'm the judge. This must be the judge's desk. You can tell by the gavel sitting on top. I had a dream once that I was being squashed from above by this gavel. You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth. You have no idea how frightening it was. He had a nightmare about it? Where is this coming from? Oh my god. It's the viewing gallery. This is where the riffrats sit when they come to watch. It's situated at the same height as the judge's bench. I wonder if that's to represent the intense scrutiny of each and every case from all sides. Miles Edgeworth, are you or are you not man enough to stand up to all those eyes? What sort of... Of course I'm man enough. Huh? What are you trying to say? I know. What are you trying to say? Dom's a bully. Any day now, I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench. By that time, I should already be standing here. I'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it? If that were to happen, Franziska, I'll eat my cravat. He'll eat it. Oh. It's the defense attorney's bench. I'd probably be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened. Aww. What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking. Well, I'll have you know I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow. Is the witness stand. I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty. There are others besides the defendant that stand at the podium, you know. I don't care! Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these. The foreshadowing. Or you'll be sorry. I'll keep that in mind. I actually got to examine the courtroom.
It wasn't me, I tell you. I didn't do anything wrong.
Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judges' Trial Exchange Log? It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages. There's nothing about the courtroom in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about Courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary. Bitch, it might be. Miss Yu? Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Franziska von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are.
Why are you whipping me?
Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you.
Look at you! Eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you. What exactly is so funny?
Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I feel much better now. So, what is it that you want to talk to me about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time up until we heard the gunshot. Oh boy. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad. Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. Oh, okay. So I take it that you were acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? That's right, he was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth?
Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu?
The victim of that case, CCU, is my little sister.
You're making that super serious face again!
Wait, how old are you? 22. Never mind. I thought that, like, Kay could be CCU's daughter, but if she's the little sister and Callisto is 22 and she's younger than Callisto, even if she's 21, that's like, you would either have to be Pregante at like super young age, or like, I'd be like Pregante at like age 16, which isn't impossible, it's just, oof. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. Wow. The way that she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Now, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say that they met up just about every single time the yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see, he did mention that he is in charge of the yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the yatagarasu in more detail. Pregnant. You claim that at the time of the murder, you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody, when she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Yikes. Hold up. Oh, my stupid nose. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in Independent Lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG-8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the yatagarasu. He had just made them up. He made it up? Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras. But there is no footage of him sneaking into the Cotopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second! Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job it is to cover for criminals. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us Von Karmas. I don't believe it! You're serious! Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry, forgive my rashness. Yikes. Shit. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the yatagarasu? Yatagarasu? No. I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Franziska, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we may be sued by— There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. Thanks, Miles. That was hilarious, little Missy. Of course it was. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And so, in the end, what is the yatagarasu? I have to say, I've never even heard of this thief whenever I was in Germany. The yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such information and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds just like another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss U is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can of Miss U. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe. I already tried. Oh, he's not angry anymore. Detective Gumshoe?
Hey, it's you, pal. You're here.
As am I. I don't think you need to whip him to let him know that you're here.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, Detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about. If you really are innocent, that is.
That's right. Hey, pal, go on and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will ya?
I would have done so even had you not requested me to do so, Detective. So, you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Brad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because I'm on my very first day as a detective. I reported in my usual post instead of at the Criminal Affairs Department.
Oh boy.
By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late.
Oh my god, Detective Gumshoe.
And that's when he gave me that huge speech.
I remember doing the exact same thing in elementary school. On the very first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere schoolchild. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom?
Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet, something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Wow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal.
So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Next step. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else that you'd like to tell me?
Nope, not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage.
Wait, you can't do that!
There's nothing of any particular value here.
Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know.
And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Hands off, pal!
Just show it to us already. Poor Detective Gumshoe. A bonus! Annual bonus check within $5 total. He got a $5 bonus! Oh my god! Except there is no check inside. Oh my god. I'm so happy for Detective Gumshoe. He's come a long way, man.
You've had your look. Now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back!
$5. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
How could you?
Literally had no money on him until he cashed this. Why? Why do they gotta treat Detective Gumshoe like this? I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. Now, no, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Please make it brief, sir.
I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. You told me earlier that you had heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct?
No mistake about it, pal.
Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway, either? Is that also correct?
Yup. Not even a single ant passed through the hall while I was on duty.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself.
Oh, but it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine.
He intends to continue telling his ridiculous lie. Why would he do so given the situation that he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. Okay. Oh my god.
Right in the balls! Oh, Jesus, kid! Oh god, why? Oh my god! That was uncalled for! Ran up behind me, kicked me right up the ass, and ran!
How could you have not noticed that coming? Was it that the child I changed money for earlier? Kids can sometimes be so cruel. It looks like she dropped something. A Swiss roll. Dropped by the mysterious young girl. Says Courthouse special on it. Maybe we should arrest this girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all that I need to of this man. Now, for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who is correct, the judge or that scruff face. I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of the lobby number 2 next. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisco? They say that Edgeworth's voice went up by 3 octaves that day. Oh my god. Thanks for the 5 Canadian dollars. So did you see anything else?
No, I don't think so.
I see. Well then, thanks for your cooperation.
Just doing my duty as a defender of the law.
That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have other questions. If you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Wait a second. Oh no. Five plus 1 is 6. Courthouse special Swiss rolls. Is this being sold somewhere on the premises? I don't recall seeing a restaurant of any sort in this courthouse. I somehow doubt that you'll find junk food like this on a restaurant menu, Francisco. Where do they sell these things, huh? A convenience store, I suppose? I'm sure there's no convenience store in this courthouse, Miles Edgeworth. So if you steal gumshoes $5 and then you steal, well, you don't steal, but like you took $1 from Miles Edgeworth, you get $6. So Gumshoe cashed his check and then he just like lost it. Did he realize that he lost it? I'm just guessing.
You're the new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Karma, Miles Edgeworth. I bit my tongue.
Are you all right, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Wow.
Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Wow. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony.
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Alright. Back to the beautiful poster. He's making a most ridiculous looking face. It may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose. But to a Von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Of course, at any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. There are no signs that this fire extinguisher was used in the crime. If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it? Let's not try to rush absolute genius. Yeah, you don't rush genius. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer?
Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
I guess we know all the players in this case then, huh? It would appear that way, but I have a nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. I can make it look like he's patting... Wait, he's like patting my back and then Franziska's head. Cute. Did you find something, officer?
I think there's a $5 bill back there.
Come on, just a little more. And is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person who we can deem useful. I bet that's Gumshoe's $5. No, it can't be. It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Oh. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. 1 packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. What? Defendant's fresh milk? What does that mean? That sounds very, Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. Stay neutral as the Swiss. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. Oh my god. I like how it's called fast foods and milk, but there's also orange juice, so why is it not called fast foods and milk and orange juice? I'm a genius, I should write this game. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Wait, this has to be a scam. Why is orange juice $9 fucking? The most expensive thing here with the beef jerky. Huh? That is insane! This is a scam for orange juice! Looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest, and the winner was Prosecutor Winston Paint. Oh my god. What a pathetic slogan. No presents at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in a Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty, dogs.
Objection!
Overruled! Ah! He tried to object! Ah! Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks, I see.
Objection!
Oh my god, she objects to... Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun? Do you really think that they put that much effort into the product name? And even a foolish fool can understand that foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad, and now I'm utterly famished. If you wanted the pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. Ouch. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you. What the fuck? It sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge. Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence? Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not sound so bad. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean? I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now. No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants. Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious. Of course not. Yeah, no. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. Okay. She don't want it. So that's our Swiss rolls. Okay. Well, that was fun. I won't rest until I've inspected every cock and nanny. I can look outside, however, I doubt the killer could have escaped through here. Does that mean that Miles was milked when he was the defendant? Some men need to be pregnant, some need to be milked. What the fuck, Diane? Moving right along! I can look outside, however, I doubt the killer could have escaped through here. Of course not. This is the 3rd floor, after all. It appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out. Bars? What bars? Can you not see them from your vantage point? She's too short. I must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again. What is that? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. Piece of pink trash found on the windowsill of the hallway window made of rubber. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside this courthouse, it's simply unforgivable. It's not like it was I who littered. Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin. Stop whipping Miles. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants. The same goes for you, Francisca. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. That detective, he claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet, here's a whole hill of them. What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. Why is this my— It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. Okay. The dirt on this bench, it smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame! Calm down, Francisca. Now, take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. I see. I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. Do we know who they belong to? The fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, God. Interesting. Good work, officer. Oh my God. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we have the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Oops, I don't think I was done. Oh. Ants are pouring out of the hole in this bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants. Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought! I'm sorry. Oh, it's still not done. What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of these cactus needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. Do you really think so? Because I believe this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Really? Well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related. Me too, I look forward to that. Huh? Anyway. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor.
Very well. You may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after.
I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony.
I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Oh boy.
Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom.
Why?
When I was going into the restroom, that Detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines, buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe. When I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said.
He just sat down after he bought it. That's literally it.
Until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it all off.
Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh? I wonder if you can really see the men's bathroom window from that one over there. You can. I'm looking at it right now. I demand that you show me this view at once! I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. That probably is all I'm going to find out from His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime.
And there he goes. Seeing the judge with legs is still a culture shock. I don't know if I'll ever get over that. The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. How about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. You're getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself, plus I still hold investigative authority. I hear you were the ones who called the Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday, that guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me. A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
Okay, stop fighting, Francisco. I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad.
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together.
As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. Oh god.
She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
And around what time did all of that take place?
I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh, and how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me that he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
it would seem that I am still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not? Yeah, I heard it whenever I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running toward lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies. In that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, I guess it does, Lomas. I am about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else. Whoa! Did he just deflect a whip with a mirror? You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You wouldn't dare! Just joking. Detective Bad is really something if he can make Franziska behave. Are we about done? Is there something else I should ask him about? Detective Bad, where were you when you heard the gunshot? How many times are you gonna ask that? I was in defendant lobby number 1. It's exactly the same as what he said earlier when I asked.
Hold it!
Hold it! I got another dumb question to ask you! I'd like to know a little bit more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot. Like I said, it was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add. With his testimony certainly corroborates it with what Miss Yu said. Miles, you already asked him about that, remember? I suppose I should ask about something else. Is there anything else I should ask him about? I'd like for you to tell me the exact time that you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and that trial was about to start again. I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense that he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang. The sound of the gunshot hit my eardrums. So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh?
Pikes Peak Audio tipped $5. Parrying Franziska's whip shows that Tyrell Bad's power level is too high for us mere mortals to comprehend. What a legend.
Thank you, Pikes, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. It's true. Detective Bad is truly a legend. Alright, his testimony, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Oh, come on! All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing. I get the sense that he is someone investigating this crime scene, or rather that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say. The two of you guys were the ones who said that you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. Can I show you my badge? Does showing that off make you feel like a big, strong prosecutor? Yeah? Of course not! I was simply proving my title of prosecutor to you. Most prosecutors don't go around flaunting those things. It's like a detective walking around outside with his badge flashing in the sunlight. Show that off too much and before you know it, you'll be elbow deep in angry criminals. That would definitely be a problem. I'd like to ask you about this piece of evidence. What a narcissist! He'd rather look at his face than the evidence. Don't trust your eyes all the time, little girl. I can see the evidence and keep an eye on the two of you with this mirror. What? Then why don't you answer? Because I've got nothing to say, that's all. Understood. Why couldn't he have just said that at the beginning? Alright, time to put shit together, right? These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine? Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swifts do until the end with these. 2 for 6! Talk about expensive. Oh, you get 2. So K got the other one. So K is the other factor here. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. Oh my god. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable! Don't you dare whip me again! It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place! Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction where? Money. Do we really have to look at it again? I don't think I do. Oh. She's got a lot more. According to the judge, someone looking through the restroom window that you can see from the window at the end of this hall can see into this hall. I wonder exactly how true that statement is, don't you? It is possible to get a pretty clear view of this hallway from that restroom. Is there really a men's bathroom window through the window at the end of this hall? Of course, can you not see it? I demand that you show me this view at once. I suppose I should go examine that window once again anyway. This is a perfect, pretty spacious hallway, but it's nothing compared to the ones at home. Because the house itself, it is a bit too sparse. However, even with this much space, there's nowhere for that scruff face to hide. Well, other than the crime scene just beyond those doors. Francisca, I believe it's much too early to draw any conclusions. It was already proven that Detective Gumshoe was in this hallway. Now all we need to do is gather more information, and to do that, we'll just have to examine everything. We've gathered so much information, but they feel like just random fragments. I wonder what really happened. Random fragments, no matter how unrelated they may seem at first, they may actually fit together. I grow tired of your inner monologues. Say something! Oh, Jesus. I'm going to end up in pieces before I can piece the logic together, thanks to that whip. Miles Edgeworth, that contradiction you were talking about. I demand that you show it to me at once. Detective Gumshoe really did buy a pack of Swiss rolls for himself. That fact creates a contradiction with what I know about this case. Are you telling me that you haven't figured it out yourself yet, Francisca? Of course I figured it out. I thought I'd let you have the glory, just this once. She really doesn't like to lose, does she? How do I do this? Do I do it with, I guess, putting pieces together? I mean, not really. These two things don't really go together, but... they don't go together. I guess I'll have to look... oh, what? They go together? What? How? This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of popped balloon. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. Oh, okay. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Cool. And I still just have the lobby number 2 window. Okay. I was wondering what you think of this piece of evidence. Asking people for help is breaking the rules, Miles. As I said earlier, this is a competition, a battle of wits. If you want to ask someone for an opinion, you should start with yourself. You have no real opinions about this piece of evidence, do you? They want me to point out the fact that Gumshoe can't afford it? How? I mean, I guess I'll just re-look at it again, see if it triggers anything. I don't think it will, but... This is all good. Oh, I might need to present it to Franziska. Let me see. There we go. Scruffy's annual bonus envelope? What a useless piece of evidence. Yes, well, obvious point aside, what do you think about the low amount of money? A pathetic amount for a pathetic detective. I think it rather suits him. Don't you think it's a bit too low even for an officer like him? By his pay, I can tell that he's a fool that I never trust anything to. A foolish fool like him would only blotch my record with foolishly foolish mistakes. Well, not that it matters. I'll never have to work with that pathetic fool anyway. Foreshadowing. That was a bit harsh, even for you, Franziska. Oh. Wait, that's it? I thought... Oh. I thought that that was what they wanted me to do. This is all old stuff. Okay. And I can't leave this room. No more puzzle pieces go together. I know the end goal is to get the information that K is involved, but like the balloon plus the double Swiss wrapper, but I'm not sure what the game wants me to do to achieve this. Let me see. Nothing to do with Franziska. The game gave me the hint of pointing out that Gumshoe doesn't have the money, but then doesn't follow through with it. I don't know if I could present it to bad and it does anything. I'm doubting that this is gonna do anything. Oh boy, I wouldn't call Franziska a poor summer child. You're just asking for the whip, buddy. I don't think Bad's gonna help us here. And I already sent him, I already showed him the bonus. Like, if that doesn't work, nothing's gonna work. Okay. What am I missing? They want me to put this together with... nothing. I won't rest until I've suspected every cock and nanny. Oh, deduce! Oh, that's what it is. I didn't see the deduce button pop up at the top. That wasn't there before. Oh my god. After about Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, I found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning, Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? There we go! Woo! I connected the dots. There's only one dot, but I connected them! I believe I have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Well, I do too! Alright, Francisco, would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first. Oh, I love my sweet and secure summer child. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first, we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. Oh god. This is such a cursed-ass image, man. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands. Did you doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma. Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Karma and Mr. Genius Prosecutor successor demanded for Von Karma. You bit your tongue again, didn't you? As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well then, your testimony if you please. We're actually getting testimony from the judge himself? Holy fuck. During the recess, I went to the restroom. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw that detective buy something from the vending machines. Dude, why do you have to go so far just to go to the fucking restroom? Why? Also, why is there a window? This is so awkward. This whole setup is just so awkward. And you can go to the courtyard. No, wait, no, you can't go to the courtyard. There's actually no door to get to the courtyard. Okay, got it. But Kay could definitely fit through the window for sure. Oh, Jesus. Bathrooms have windows above chest level? Yeah, frosted windows. I don't think I've ever seen an unfrosted window in a bathroom. I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines. When I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now.
Hold it!
Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask? Isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Maybe I knew it. You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you? Please stay calm, Your Honor. This is going to be much harder than I anticipated.
I'm sorry, you're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see, I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all of that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away. And why couldn't you? Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom. It was all my fault. At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom parts of his testimony. Your Honor, was it a number 1 or was it a number 2? Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom? What is the meaning of that statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went to the restroom on a different floor.
I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural, given his circumstances.
I ran from the courtroom through this floor's main lobby down the hall. Once you enter, you can see that there's a window just above the urns. It was as though that window that you witnessed...
It seems that it was... And it was though... It was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor.
Yes, exactly!
Your Honor, there is no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
Well, I guess I put in a little too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony.
Hold it!
Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, absolutely sure. Hard to miss someone of his stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat.
I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
Preposterous! My eyes are sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although, recently, things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be.
Clearly, his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy.
Allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw.
Hold it!
I am much harder than Edgeworth thought. Ayo? Okay. He disappeared, but Your Honor, didn't you just say I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines?
Why, yes, I did!
How many times do I have to see this?
The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery.
Me too, bro.
The detective must have gone into the crime scene lobby number 2 at that point!
So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm.
I'm perfectly calm!
You're being anything but perfectly calm. It appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw. I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francisco, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different? If you're referring to my height, couldn't you hold that whip still for just a second? No. About his testimony, His Honor's testimony, I believe his line of sight is to be an important factor. I will, but there is one more thing I need to do if I am to correct His Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements. When I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. You mean he sat down?
Objection!
This was so silly.
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony?
Huh. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Your Honor, he's such an idiot. I love him. I need that screenshot. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. What? Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness!
If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony.
Oh, well, that's good. Who was it?
We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too! Guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. Well, it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench. We have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and the pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving?
Oh my god, please. It is indeed. The window in the hallway was rather built up high into the wall at around the grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Franziska herself was unable to see. This is so redundant. I'm sorry. And she whipped Miles. I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Okay. It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Oh my god. Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. You finally see, Your Honor. Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Let me try that again. Hold it!
Is there something of value that you'd like to say?
Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else! Please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
He's the judge. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That may not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right?
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
I'm losing my mind. Okay, this part is dragging. I'm not gonna lie.
This is a testimony of one who judges the crimes of others!
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you just go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
I'm sorry. Honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now.
Now that he mentions it right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. When did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired? Oh boy. Can I just, hopefully they just let me go right to it.
Objection!
No, they don't. Damn.
Really?
Thanks, Franziska. The two of them overruled me? At this rate, I'll lose the truth to darkness forever. I need to stay calm and think carefully and find a flaw. Okay.
Hold it!
In that case, do you concede that you were overconfident in your last testimony?
Hold on there. I just said that it's possible that you can't see a seated person from the restroom, but you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on the bench, do you?
Oh, God.
While you have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting, I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left.
I've yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, his honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him. Okay, let's go back to the last one. Just press this.
Hold it!
Your honor, about what you just said.
I couldn't believe it myself! Bang! Went the shot, and then I heard a knee-jerk reaction. Ah! Like this! Ah! Just like that! With a quick ah!
Your honor? Please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. Yes, yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there!
This judge's emotion circuits appeared to be stuck on overreact. At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction. Francisca, if I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality. I know that, and that's why I said, at this point. Okay.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway?
After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that sounds about right.
Just as I expected.
I demand to know what all this all-knowing smile is for.
Your honor, that statement you just now was very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we convened, so this would be the testimony one.
Objection!
Your honor, I cannot allow you to make an objection. What?
What? Your honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
Guys, I've been overruled.
Your honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that? I've been overruled. I'm the judge.
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... Ah!
Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your tongue on those preposterous names? I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, I'd need a stepladder, or 4 to accomplish that. Stepladder mentioned?
Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Your honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad, and according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start.
What did you just say?
Your honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? Unfortunately, that is the truth. This is a banger, Your Honor.
I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot plus the banger music.
The sound of the gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention and that piece of evidence. I always did wonder why I found it where I did. Now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Your Honor, this is what produced the gunshot.
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier. It may not look like it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record?
Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe that he must have been in the crime scene to defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct?
That's exactly right.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure out the rest on your own. You were fooled by the popping of this balloon, thinking it was a gunshot.
What trickery is this?
That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth, but if it were me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Ah, this did drag on a bit, yeah? Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins?
To be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. Who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
That's true, one doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with Courthouse. If it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do?
Wow. We've really grown a lot in this past, 15 minutes.
What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released.
There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
I thought we just cleared his name!
Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. Miles Edgeworth is really, really cute and adorable, Your Honor.
What is it now? Is it time for my trial? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No, no, no. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove that he is completely innocent. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream, Dreamer!
What are you guys talking about? In any case,
I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty, and please remember you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony, my whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood?
I gotcha, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe was lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. When did I play the first part? Last Tuesday, so about 6 days ago.
I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
Did he just say the judge is mental? Got him. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him.
Hold it!
Was it really Detective Bad who called you down?
You bet it was, pal. I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out, and this call comes in. I want you down here in 1 minute flat. I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down here. Although, I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat.
How long did it take you?
About 10 minutes, I guess.
And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it?
He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entranceway, pal.
Hold it!
And by
by he, you mean Detective Bad, of course, and this being my first time in at this courthouse, he also walked me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies.
And did you meet anyone along the way?
Well, just as we entered the hall, I ran into Miss Yu. When he heard from Miss Yu that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal.
So far, Detective Gumshoe's testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway?
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then, and what exactly does guarding that door entail?
Well, to put it simply, oh, I know, it was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet?
We're all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. I'm not lying.
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
Objection!
I have an objection.
What is it, pal? Yes, the music's back, baby!
Detective Gochu, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere.
It's one of those things, the courthouse special Swiss rolls.
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway then?
You know what? I think it was probably me that did that.
Oh god.
Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. You inconsiderate, slovenly pig! I promise to clean it up later, I swear!
Now then, shall we get down to business about the fact that you didn't move even a single step? If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Francisco's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Edgeworth is from Europe, and his real name is Kilometers Edgeworth. Ban that guy. Welcome to the stream.
I was so hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. I didn't want to say anything. Unfortunately for you, I saw that you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. That's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back.
It makes sense, however, there is something I don't quite believe. Are you sure that you're not withholding further information?
Of course not! I've got nothing else to hide, pal.
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
I swear there's nothing else!
I'm sure that you are aware of a price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Remind me again.
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 for 6. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack? Can you provide me with a proper explanation?
I bought it myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so there's no one else that could have helped me buy it. You've got some kind of proof that there was someone else, don't you? As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do?
Of course I do.
No!
What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in that hole?
Take that!
What the heck is that? Hey, I knew you didn't really have anything. You prosecutors are all the same, always lying to people. I should refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective. How long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I have no intention of falling for his lie, because there was definitely a second person. If he was truly alone, then that piece of evidence should not exist. Oops.
Take that!
You showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal.
Ah, I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
If you didn't buy it, that means you must have stolen it, you thief.
I would never do such a thing.
All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you?
Oh, shit.
This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, and you gave the other to a certain young person, didn't you?
No way, pal. You've got it all wrong.
I ate both of them.
Oh, shit. Edgeworth got her this time.
Suck it, bitch. It would appear that we've caught you at last.
Don't you dare do anything bad to that girl.
It would appear that they do know each other after all. Why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name, and it's Kate.
Kay what?
Kate Faraday.
Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you, I'm Kate.
Kay, you know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy?
My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him.
Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail.
Roar!
She roared at me. It appears that we've caught you red-handed eating a Swiss roll.
Look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal.
You have nothing else to say?
It was so fluffy and sweet and big! It was perfection, pal. Totally worth every penny of my bonus.
I see. Well, good for you, detective. I can't believe it, but it's almost funny when a fool is this unbelievably foolish. Awkward.
Oh dear.
What is the matter, Your Honor?
They claim to hand down my fair verdicts, but I unfairly cast suspicion on this big fellow. If that had been a trial just now, I would have destroyed his life. I am the guilty one!
We all make mistakes, Your Honor. To err is human, to forgive divine, as they say. Although, if you were to make a mistake during a trial, then it would be quite unforgivable. The judge making a mistake during a trial... Who would do that? Alright. Now then, Kay. Hiss! She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her or something.
Take that!
Kay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down.
Oh, a Swiss roll.
It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh my god, no! She's doing this!
I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh my.
Your father, he's...
Don't you say another word, pal! She doesn't know!
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy.
But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking about how Daddy's not here anymore.
I'm sorry, I couldn't protect him.
I'm not gonna cry! I'm not gonna... It's alright. Let it out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse whenever I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, oh my god, DL6 mention again. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us.
Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
You're right, sorry about that. Okay, here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Oh. Oh. The cravat! Oh no. Oh no! I feel like this is like a cardinal sin. Bro. It's literally, this is like using the cravat as a handkerchief is... Maybe this is why Miles forgot about this child in the present day.
My cravat! Don't blow your nose on that!
Ever since I got the tissue box.
My tissue box!
It makes more sense, you're right. I mean, I just thought this was like a really clever little... Oh my gosh. I didn't think it would actually be... Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I feel better now, thanks.
Oh my god. Actually crazy. Okay, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers.
Ah, you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always kept your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady.
Aww, sweet Francisca.
It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth, after all.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Have you seen my badge?
Daddy showed this to me before.
Well, he was a prosecutor too, so it's only natural that he had one.
Daddy would pin this badge on me a lot just for fun.
Pinning a prosecutor's badge on a child for fun.
Daddy said that if he put on his clothes, a scary prosecutor would get mad. He also said that the scary prosecutor said it was more fashionable to not wear it.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, G. Willikers, Francisca. G. Willikers. I wonder who it could be. can't be talking about Mr. Von Karma. Oh boy. Kate, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are, in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever he came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard on keeping all the promises Daddy and I made together.
Promises? Oh! A promise notebook. May I take a look inside?
Sure, okay.
It's an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too.
Yeah, you're really cool, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay?
What is with the two of them?
I hand down my verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero, too.
Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay?
That poor judge, he's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends.
Yeah, we're friends.
Would you mind telling me a little more about it? I take it that you ran into the Gumshoe earlier.
Yup. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway really hard, staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
When was this?
Before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together?
We only talked for a little while, and then we went our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I are only talked for a little while, and that's it.
Which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during recess, isn't that right?
Ah, you got me!
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister!
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Yeah, in private. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money, and I somehow made $1 out of the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really, really wanted one.
She did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough.
Well, that's why...
If you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest?
I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your roughly thing. Ah! Sorry about the roughly thing. Why is she apologizing for that? Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus, don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. He has... How many cravats do you think Edgeworth has? Like, take a guess. He's got to have one for, like, every day. Like, a different cravat for every day. I'm thinking he has at least 2 weeks worth of cravats. 900. Oh my god. More than 5, fewer than 500. All of you saying 7 are banned. I'm thinking he has at least 2 weeks worth of cravats. So I'm gonna say like maybe 20, maybe 21, maybe 3 weeks of cravats. Maybe. This is just what I imagine. Yeah, I think realistically 20 to 30. Maybe 15 to 25. He regrows the cravat. Ah, yes. It's just a growth.
Pikes Peak Audio tipped $5. 6 weeks worth for DL6.
Wow. That's cruel. Insert coins, thank you for the 15-month resub, I appreciate it. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. Oh!
But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger.
It's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page.
Never take things from a stranger. Never go anywhere with a stranger. I'm not giving this to you, I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me the next time we meet.
Okay, Daddy never said that I couldn't borrow things from strangers.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe. He just had like a... Okay. So he carries like a spare cravat in his pocket like at all times or something? Like is he just whipped out? Okay. Having an extra cravat in your pocket is definitely... Okay. I believe it's now crystal clear that you are with little K in that hallway.
I told you to stop being mean to Gummy.
Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. So that's why. What was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. Here's what I believe to be his reason. Simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay. It's obvious that the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. This piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay. Can I look at the notebook? It's just these two. Oh, there's more. Okay.
Promise number 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand.
Oh.
Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Kay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love your daddy.
What was I supposed to be doing again? Which piece of evidence proves that Gumshoe was lying on accounts of Kay?
Take that!
This is that piece of evidence. What are you showing me that for? It doesn't seem to add anything to the conversation. I don't get what you're trying to say with that, or do you just like showing it off?
Are you gonna give that to me, mister?
I don't feel that the court needs to enter that into the court record at this time. Damn, he got roasted by every single person present. Why are they all teasing me all of a sudden? It's possible that perhaps I made a mistake. Now then, back to the topic. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, I didn't get penalized for it. I doubt there's gonna be flavor text, so it's not worth like going through every piece of evidence, but you know.
Take that!
Who would have thought? I kind of want to make like a cute little meme short video of me having a second cravat, which would mean I have to buy a second cravat just to make like a little short meme video. I could recreate this. I could.
Take that!
I don't have 7 cravats yet. I only have 1, but I mean, if I make more, that takes some time, you know? That does take quite a bit of time.
Take that!
How hard would it be to make a cravat? A legit one. To make it like the accurate way. I mean, it's a little harder than you would think, but it's doable. You could do it in a half a day, but like, do I have a half a day? I still think that CCU is Kay's mom. Oh! Wouldn't it? Oh, wait, hold on. No. No. Maybe it's... Nah, I get vibes, man. I get vibes. Oh wait, she's 10? It can't be then. Oh god, Kay is way older in this case than I thought. I thought she was like 5. Oh god. That would put the youngest that she could be pregnant is if she's the younger sister of Callisto. And even if she was like 22, what if they're like twins? Like the youngest she could be is like pregnant at like 12 or 11, like. Okay, so she's not the mom. Damn it! Theory foiled again! I just really thought that it could be cool. Like I had a theory that she I had a dark story in my head. I had a really, really dark story in my head. Maybe I just don't go there. But yeah, okay. Yeah. Anyway, okay, let's just keep going.
Take that!
Mr. Faraday in Kay's promise notebook, how does this explain anything? If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool! Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why.
At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth?
There's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and then that snack vending machine was taunting me.
All the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls.
But then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had about $1 in coins.
We pulled my $5 and her $1 together and bought a pack of Swiss rolls.
After breaking one of my promises, so then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. Don't worry, I won't get him in trouble if I don't tell him, right? Besides, you bought it with me.
You can't just drop that and say nothing? I don't know if I want to mention what was in my head.
So you didn't get that for me, you know?
He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate?
Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together?
We split the roll and I ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal.
I believe that is also belongs to you. That's from the balloon that I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting up high on a windowsill where you couldn't see it.
Francesca understands.
So just this once, I forgive you.
What if Kay's mom was actually a giant dinosaur and that dinosaur masterminded DL6? I didn't think somebody's troll theory could be worse than my Misty gun theory. But you know what? Gordy could absolutely be the real culprit behind everything. Yes. Yeah, you know what? Kay's mom fucked a dinosaur and Kay is the child of Gordy. That's her real... Anyway. Today is indeed a Monday.
I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I plopped in on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll.
Wow, you really got me there, pal.
I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll, and then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister.
So you kicked me, is that it? Oh, that's why she kicked me? Oh. You sure are a feisty one.
I'm really sorry, mister.
It's all right, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be all right with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe was cleared off of all charges and free to go?
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murder.
Objection!
Oh god. You got a strong objection. Wait, she actually has a voice objection, which is kind of weird. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime.
What do you mean? It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu.
I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. You know, that is something to laugh about. Yeah.
What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy.
And what have we here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away.
Miss Callisto, that girl is Mr. Faraday's.
I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right, however, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
Yeah, but...
You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders.
I have no counter-argument to that.
Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork as a formal arrest.
But the investigation is far from over.
Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think that it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard?
I suppose it is.
Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on the criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Well, that's speaking from experience.
Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Bon Karma.
Down, tigers. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. You were watching my Lost Judgment and Kaito Files playthrough? Oh, well, I hope you enjoyed it. I miss the Judgment series way too much. I just missed Kaito's ass. Anyway, so we're back to square one. This is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Whew. Damn. All I can say is that the fact that Yu has voice lines compared to everybody else, very suspicious. Very suspicious. They're essentially setting her up for failure. They're setting her up so she dies. She's the next murder victim. By the end of this game, she's dead. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flower. It smells like flowers. Uncle Bad, is this Uncle? Uncle Bad? Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it. Aw, that's too bad, but it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks, I'll treasure it always. Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here, I've got something else for you. Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy. Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe. Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know I didn't kill Daddy. Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying. I'm not crying. It's the mister from before and the lady too. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. So I'm related to the investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene, and now you let this child run free. Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things that she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into. Uncle Pat, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay? I'm counting on you. Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. What is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay? I won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. She's gone. She's fucking gone already. One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why did they open it, I wonder? Miles? That expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room. I wonder if a guard detail should be placed on it. Why do you say that? A desperate low-pay detective might make off with it someday, you never know. She may be thinking about hiring a guard, but it's obvious she isn't factoring in that guard's salary whatsoever. Oh, I can go out. And I can go here. Oh. I can just go wherever I please. I bet a person of small stature could slip in. Francisco, would you care to help me test my theory? Drat, I must remember to be more tactful around the vertically challenged. We call that the vertically challenged? was the bag I was to receive with the evidence for today's trial.
I have it! The killer hid himself inside the bag, and that's how he snuck into the courthouse.
Huh? The suspect that was arrested is hardly the type of man to carry a bag of this kind. Besides which, I doubt there is enough space inside this bag for him to hide in.
Just shut up!
Okay. They're letting me go. Huh? I won't be drinking out of this until it's been repaired.
If you want a drink of water, just find a tap. It's all the same.
Actually, the water from this is apparently something special. There was a man here who was particularly bathing in it.
I know.
We are both thinking the same thing.
I suppose we'll just have to wait.
It's weird seeing nobody in here. I can just go wherever I fucking please, huh? I have so much room for movement. What's the matter, officer? I've been standing here forever, sir, and I really need to go to the bathroom. He still needs to fucking go! Jesus. This is probably all the same stuff. Yeah, I don't need to go back to this. Doesn't let you skip it. You're a coward if you don't drink from the tap. Wait, wouldn't it be the opposite way around? Is what she's saying?
Hi, Kay. Sorry, mister. I'm a little busy right now. Well, I'm looking for something. Uncle Bad told me to, so that's what I'm gonna do. Let's go. I don't want to interfere with the girl, lest Detective Bad get angry.
Miles Edgeworth! What is the meaning of this bulletin board? Why are there so few trials posted? The entire week is devoted to Mr. Rel's trial. Is the crime scene rate really that low in this country? Or maybe the police lack the proper motivation to get out there and catch the criminals? I'm afraid I can't comment on that. However, I can say I have my doubts about the younger detectives.
Sounds like to me that they're in need of a stricter hand. And I'll start by my disciple regimen with that pathetic, filthy-coated detective.
I feel bad for the big guy, and yet I can't find no suitable reason to stop her. I guess I could talk to her. What is it, Edgeworth? Nothing in particular, however, he says. You did it again! What is that supposed to be, your mating call? Is everything I do humorous to this woman? Look, Edgeworth, I'm incredibly busy right now. I've got a mountain of things to figure out and check up on. If you want to talk, you're just gonna have to wait until later, okay? I'll just continue with my investigation then.
Mr. Lab Technician, I want to know what you found.
I found some fingerprints that I can't show to any kids.
Whose fingerprints are they?
I think they're the victims.
What kind of prints are they?
The kind that Detective Bad told me not to show you kids.
That only makes me all the more curious.
Alright, so I'm supposed to stay in this room and not leave.
What an incredibly strong-scented herbal tea.
I fear that more than just being... more than being relaxing, the scent may make one a bit heady instead. You put in a special request for that.
No wonder she's so violent. If she's been drinking this stuff the whole time.
What? Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic. Ever. Agreed.
It may not look like much, but I find that ordinary tables like this one are very useful. I think it's time they bought a new one. I wonder if they would replace this table if I hit it enough with my whip. A much too heavy-handed method if I ever saw one. This television is the same model as the one in the defendant lobby too. Looks like the two rooms are basically the same in terms of layout and supplies. The two rooms are basically the same, huh? I can see down into the courthouse courtyard from here. What is that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion. I believe it's supposed to be postmodern design. More like thoughtlessness in design.
Yeah, you tell him. I can't disagree there.
This decorative plant leaves are shinier than the ones on the plant in lobby number 2. That's probably because it's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize. You may be right, plus the curtains are always drawn in lobby number 2. The caretakers of this courthouse don't think enough about the plants, do they? That's because they are the courthouse caretakers, not the bunch of botanists. That's a shame.
I guess we gotta talk to Detective Bad. Oh no.
What is this smell that has permeated the air?
It's sweet and flowery, although at this strength, I'm likely to suffocate.
I can't conduct an investigation under these circumstances. We need to open a window and air this room out. I demand that you open a window right now. Hurry!
One of the windows is already open.
I can see that.
I wonder, is it just a coincidence that one of the windows in this room is already open too? Alright, give me a second. I just want to go to the bathroom real quick. You guys can stare lovingly into Bad's eyes while I'm gone. All right. They're too close. They're about to kiss. I guess they are. Pretty rude to take a bathroom break while that guard has to hold it. Oh, I mean, that's on him. He could have went to the bathroom. Skill issue. What does Detective Bad smell like? What do you think he smells like? He smells bad. I don't think he smells bad. You know how I imagine him to smell? Axe. An overwhelmingly odor of way too much Axe. Like, he just comes across as that kind of guy. I don't know why. Like, he just overdoes it. You think he thinks he smells like smoke? Even though he doesn't smoke cigarettes somehow. I don't get that vibe off of him. Body spray or just wood and flannel kind of axe? No, body spray axe is what I mean. Who even uses axe? Guys that don't know any better. Which is a lot of guys. A guy, okay, perfect example of men that use axe is men that have never interacted with a woman before. Like, even if you have like a girlfriend, she would tell you. They just don't have any girlfriends to tell them to not use it. So I am that person for you. If you are a guy watching this stream right now and you use axe, I am telling you, no girl likes it. I'm trying to help you out. You could use literally anything else. I'm just saying, like, if you're single and you're wondering why you can't get a girlfriend and you wear axe every day, that's probably your problem. Oh no, most of your coworkers use it. You gotta tell them. You gotta tell them. Oh no.
When are we getting the Ace Attorney characters smell tier list?
Why are we talking about this anyway? I gotta use it to prevent cooties. I mean, yeah, sure. If you never want to interact with women, more power to you. So, like, yeah, you could use it as a woman repellent, in a way. Go for it. That's another way to think about it. Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy. Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay. It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. It sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. Don't have anything to say to you. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's the ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. Oh. I was having a bad time of myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window. But that smell's still here. Perfume, huh? The sweet scent in the air is perfume. It's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap, no-name brand. She said it's a famous brand from overseas. It's a knockoff, clearly. Yes, definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but she forced one of these bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it. I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. You're like, what, 13, sweetie? No 13-year-old needs perfume. No 13-year-old. However, seeing as how you just happened to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth.
Pikes Peak Audio tipped $5. Plot twist, you wears Axe body spray.
That's not, no she doesn't. Thanks for the $5 donation. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail. Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? Now we have the perfume that Miss Yu wears. Just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm gonna go back to investigating. Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. Oh boy. You were in this room the entire recess? Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. Other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
At least your story is consistent.
Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. What are you saying that what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations? Yes, I am. Interesting.
Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you.
Let's see, Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad was the lead detective on that case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case. You knew? I also know that today's trial involving the Kodokian Embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me, and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday, and the KG-8 incident. Ouch! Damn! If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about KG-8. It's not exactly a happy story, other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. Don't tell anyone else, Jet. This is a secret. The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I, as you already know, we 3 were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I were originally on the trial of the smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involved one of the Amano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring CCU was killed. What became of the secretary who was arrested? Colin Deveray, to be honest. The guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. I'm dumbass. Me, Captain Dumbass. I need to, like, reread. Okay, the witness was CCU. About ties to the smuggling ring. And then the secretary... Okay. Okay. He confessed to knowing about it anyway. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano Group, he can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano being involved with smuggling?
I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed, but the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. Since he has already been acquitted once
Resident
of her
Evil
murder...
noises Chris to shake.
Thank you, Captain Wesker, for the 16-month resub. I appreciate it. And I will play Resident Evil one day, I swear. Well, the other games I'm missing.
Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go?
If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I was supposed to protect them. I fell into their trap.
What kind of a trap?
The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap.
You mean you were fired upon? You were shot at that many times in one gunfight?
No. Only about half of these are from that case. Whoa. The reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lesson I learned from the KG8 incident. I see. I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned, and that's when she came to the courtroom. The victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. About when you first met Miss Yu, it was on the day the verdict of the KG8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yes, Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do. But, just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Damn. She certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. You said it herself. That she never wanted to see either of us ever again. After that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Faraday and I, even after the KG8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring, and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Took to the witness stand. You. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring as she was defending them? Yu was pursuing the ring as best as she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. Francesca accidentally admitting how much she cares for Miles. Accidentally is so funny. Man, not the flashbacks, man. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable! You're so naive. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of a Von Karma! Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman. You two are still pretty young, but one day, you'll know what I mean. Enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. And, what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor, known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case. Did we touch a nerve? I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time to prove or disprove the accusation, but I guess I won't be doing that either. There's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the yatagarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the yatagarasu. The KG8 incident and this second incident, both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the yatagarasu. However, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real yatagarasu, and then during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already! There must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the yatagarasu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the yatagarasu. It'll help you solve this case? Then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we never caught the yatagarasu. What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident! Oh. It still accidentally whipped me anyway! There are three main reasons why the yatagarasu will be always one step ahead. First, the yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Aw, Animateur, thank you so much for the 46 months. I appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes, or else. So those are the yatagarasu's special traits. Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief. The yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real yatagarasu right away. You can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't. Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the yatagarasu. The yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the yatagarasu who sent it? That's easy. A special card that only the yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure. And just what sort of card is it? Take a look at this article. Why does this low-key, every time I see this silhouette, it just reminds me of Phoenix Wright? Like, just you take the spiky hair on his head and you just extend it. You give it some extensions. And then he just has like an epic cape and it's just Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright is the yatagarasu. I can see it. No, it's not Furio, Tiger, Chat. Oh my god. But anyway, I just thought about the fact that I think the very first case, the beginning, where I was held at gunpoint, I think that might have been that person. The yatagarasu person. I think it might have been the same thing. A white card is sent along with the stolen information. When we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. And that That's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rell was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the yatagarasu now. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. If you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. What? I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. Tis sad.
It's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited.
The first time today I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Francisco, there's no need to further depress His Honor.
I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence? Your Honor!
Yes, can I help you?
I'd like to collect the evidence now.
Your Honor, do you think you could stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
I would accept that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
She is busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we?
In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case.
Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that all of are accounted for. I don't see no plastic bag with the blood on it, but I kind of already have. No, I don't technically have anything in my court record. Evidence that Miss Yu prepared is just sitting here on this table.
You know you just can't walk off with it, right?
Of course I do. Miss Yu must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. I wonder how she would have defended Mr. Rell in that case if he was still alive. This is the evidence related to today's Caudopian embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Finally, we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder too.
And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
Someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. It's also real to see the knife up close. So, we still have the knife, the gun, an envelope, and what's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right, I completely forgot to tell you. They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation.
Detective Bad said that.
What a strange stroke of luck.
Never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it.
I won't rest until I've expected every crooked nanny cock!
Okay, let's go. This gun, it was originally used to kill the Cadopian embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest.
And then, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else that we can learn from this piece of evidence.
It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? And it's never crossed your mind that you use your riding crop for the wrong purpose? I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started. I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it. I suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please. On the night of the September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mackerel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rell was caught in the act on film by security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice a security camera. The Ethiopian embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. So you have seen the contents of the video for yourself. The surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rell on it, even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. Me neither. Mr. Faraday's organizer, it appears that he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here. I've collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. That doesn't seem like it helps. I don't understand. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. Ooh, okay. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. He had a way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party in the embassy murder. Organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. There's a picture stuck... Oh. There's a picture stuck between these pages here. Oh. And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key? The Yatagarasu's key. He said something earlier. Oh boy. Oh dang. Okay. This is a long flashback, everybody. This is a long flashback. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. That's odd. Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer, but it is the same thing. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Courthouse embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell.
That's the only logical conclusion. Because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here, no. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. How do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse? I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. There is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer? I do know the answer, Francisco. One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. Can I? Oh, they don't actually let you look at the knife. I thought it let me before, though. It did. I swear. I actually forgot about the ink stain. So, this just shows a picture of a... Yeah, it just switches back and forth. That's crazy. But like, why? Can I read? Okay, so, oh, there's another page? Oh, no. Okay, that's it. The handgun Rel had on him when he was arrested in the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superior clarity. I also have evidence I could use to prove that Rel is not the real yatagarasu. As long as I have the key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. Okay.
Take that!
I don't see how that answers my question at all. Every piece of evidence has some secretive aspect of it about it. And I demand to know what the secret is to this one. Maybe there is no secret to this one. I need to think carefully here. Oh, I don't get punished. I love that. This knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today.
Take that!
This Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just need to take a closer look, Francisco. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have the very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. It appears that you've finally caught up. I do mean to say that those two pieces of evidence are, in fact, one and the same. Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate the possibility. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little bit more detail. Now they let you do it. I thought that it did before. The weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday, the handle and the blade itself, both have beautiful designs worked into them. Look, there's even a flower-shaped design in this gold section. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want it for myself. She'd be drawn to the embellishments. Too bad this isn't mine to give. Does Edgeworth want to give her a gift? That's cute. believe it turned into a key. To think that there was such a trick to this thing. So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to yatagarasu. This piece of information is more crucial than anything we've learned up until now. Oh my god! Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned that the key aspect of this piece of evidence is in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea that the key was hiding a knife blade inside. If that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was a top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place, the great thief Yatagarasu. Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu, and he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? No, especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. As Detective Bad said earlier... Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu. Seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. Okay. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video. How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone, indeed?
Are you done with your inspection of the evidence?
I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Were you derelict in your duties?
No, I do not lick my duties. What do you take me for?
No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial and the surveillance video is not among the evidence you laid out for me.
I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime?
There's something wrong here. Oh no, not the suspense music! No! Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime. Oh no. Oh no. He was so mad. He was so mad. Wait. Oh my god. Ooh. Spice. That's Detective Bad, but who is he with? I've never seen that officer before. Did you find it? No, not yet. I've looked everywhere. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. Oh, I got a memory error. How did I get a memory error? I hope I'm still live on YouTube. Hold up. Okay, I am. Sorry, I had to restart my YouTube page. Alright, you're still here. I see you, YouTube chat. I see you, I see you. Alright, so you're the one running the show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? I can't believe Lang was Yatagarasu this whole time. Also, I just noticed that the TV, if you zoom in, can we like enhance? We're gonna enhance, chat. Why does the TV look like it says blunt? Enhance, enhance, enhance. 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 Blunt.
What was that all about? And who was that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids? Looks like you were paying attention after all. Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. So that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. So, tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now? That guy came here from the Republic of Zangfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch. By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. That guy's more useful than Gumshoe. Even if he is rude. Detain me, Lang? Whoa, 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 whoa! Okay. Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree, however, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad? Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt that it has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. Alright. I suppose it's impossible to enter or exit through these windows. Wait. Oh, I didn't actually talk to him. Oops. Gumshoe slander. What if Gumshoe deserved it? I'm just kidding. Earlier, you were in lobby number 1 and now you're in lobby number 2. You are quite the busy man. Multiple returns to a crime scene bring about success. That's what we detectives say. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, you'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another. Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation? I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That'll help. That's help enough, don't you think? We are asking for you for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. What? Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about? Things you don't know about, but aren't you supposed to know everything? He should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad. Do I really want to? Did you know the existence of the item in this photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. Let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu key are one and the same? It looks like he didn't know after all. I feel like this is kind of dumb. I feel like Detective Bad should have picked up on that. Like, I shouldn't have had to tell him. Like, I don't know. Maybe I assumed that Detective Bad's IQ was higher than mine by a lot. I feel like he should have figured that out. It's actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu key to prove that Mr. Rell was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct? Yes, so. Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife. I have to admit, neither of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this?
I noticed that since a little while ago, you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you are searching for? And why were you searching for it? I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life? Detective Bad, so so that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more. Doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened, nothing will change. Oh boy, okay. I ask that you please testify about what happened in lobby number 2. I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case. Can we bring Lang back? Do I really only get one little glimpse of Lang and like he's gone? That is so sad. I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around, and then we all ran to lobby number 2. Oh. I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can.
Hold it!
Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me! Who knows? She just said that she had nothing to- she had something that she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together, that's all. So his answer remains the same as before, I see.
Hold it!
Darkness! Thank you for the 71-month resub. Dude, that is way too long. Thank you for all the support. I was hoping that you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu. Trivial stuff. It was nothing important. That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on.
Hold it!
That was pretty badass. Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement. Sure.
Hold it!
You honestly don't remember hearing anything else? Is it possible you were so involved in your conversation that you missed something? I've been a detective for a long time, even if I were involved in something. I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it. I suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely. So the gunshot. I guess I'll just go for it?
Objection!
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. Oh, so you knew about that girl's balloon? I was sitting with her up in the gallery during the recess just before we split up. I filled that balloon up for her. As you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. What about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point? What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. The sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot. On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. But His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? Don't give me a so! We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony! The cracking of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. Ooh. Since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. What is that supposed to mean? The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound absorbing material. Then you mean, yeah, but all the windows were open. Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard the sound. I knew that's what he was going to say. Squip-based testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle. That's why it's also only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now, do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic, not the other way around. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. If we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hall. Detective Bad, if that's the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of a gunshot enter your ears? The window being open? Come on. What exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? There must be a reason as to how Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard a shot that they theoretically couldn't have. Looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again. Other way around, like a turnabout, like topsy-turvy. I miss Sherlock Holmes, anyway. Okay. The scent of flowers is in the air. I imagine something like this. Simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows, and yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open, barred windows. Oh my god. What is this missing evidence? Where did this... Oh, there's surveillance tape. Oh, did he play it for? Oops. Hold on. I think it might be the other combo. Oh, or that works too, okay. What else if besides a smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? Sound, oh my god. Since the windows in both defendant lobbies were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. Yeah, yeah. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell was killed as it killed the embassy staff member. So the sound of a gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess. So it was just played here. It's just in there and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room in the thing. Eureka! The evidence at the gunshot found that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television. You You kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. He told me to have fun. I won't rest until I've inspected every cock and nanny! Woo! There seems to be a videotape inside. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. Could it not be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of the video? Knock yourself out. Let's rewind this and see what we have. Should be at the 30-minute mark. This should be about right. Let's see. This is the footage of Mr. Bell shooting the embassy staff member. The missing piece of evidence. The video was here all along. What's the meaning of this? It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder. So the murder occurred 30 minutes. Well, at least, yeah. At least 30 minutes ago. This is all we're getting out of this. Okay. Do you mean that you figured it all out? Show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard through where they heard it from. Show me what you've deduced. What? What the gun... okay. Show what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard. And through where the... I won't rest until I've inspected every nook and cranny. So which one do I do? Wait, where was it? Okay, so the surveillance video. The gunshot is especially memorable. So through this, do I do it this way? I'll try this way and just hope it works.
Eureka!
Eureka! If the door and the windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were. What happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Missy Yu. All three of them heard the gunshot. The windows in lobby number 1 and 2 and the hallway were open, so naturally the people in those locations could hear it. But then, why would this criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose. That's the only logical conclusion. Why was that necessary in the first place? I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. The time of death. I will say that I do like this game, but I don't know how to describe it. I do like this game, but they sure do love to take a really, really long time to get to very obvious points that they are making. Like, sometimes I'll get through a section and I'm like, man, they really took 30 minutes to do something that you could have done in like 10 minutes. And it's just like, drives me a little bit nuts. I'm like, please move it along. This game does it a lot. Oh. It's like the mainline Ace Attorney games do it to a certain degree, but this game is very, very much exaggerated from the normal Ace Attorney. So like, oh, I'm just like, I keep waiting for this to move along. When you catch on to something really early, well, it's not even like the game has you figured out. Like, it's not, things aren't like that not obvious. So it's just dragging. It's like I feel like my feet are being dragged through mud or some shit. Like, ugh. The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. It says Edgeworth says he needs to inspect every nook and cranny. God damn it, not the cock and nanny. The gunshot I heard was from the video, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. Oh boy. Just get to the point. Well, we finally got to the point, but we gotta, okay. Okay, that person is the real killer. Woo! This whole game, I feel like could be half of the length that it is. with how dragged out every part of it is. Oh, God. Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something. Miss Yu is still investigating something. Please tell her that I will be right over. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. Woo! I'm gonna keep going. Because why the fuck not? Let's go. My voice is feeling good. As long as my voice is feeling good, we don't need to stop. Okay, what are you doing here? Oh, hello, mister! I'm still investigating. The object you're looking for has already... Okay. Don't mind him. Yeah, we should not mention that out loud. Dude, Edgeworth! 2 people literally died because of that piece of evidence, because they found... Oh my god. Well, not because of that evidence, but because of the yatagarasu, yes. Edgeworth is like trying to fucking die right now.
Okay, you got it!
Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do. You're more sympathetic than I thought. Wait, we're actually in a courtroom. Oh, this is so weird. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest? Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already, don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. I say we even have a viewer in the gallery. And why even Mr. Bad is here? A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander. I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out. Oh God. Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken steps on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must be, without a doubt, be Detective Gumshoe. And that's all you have? That's all there is to my conclusion, and that is my case. I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think? How absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing! But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is prove it by showing who the real killer is. Oh boy. Chat, you wanted me to cosplay her. What the fuck? Everyone, sans the respect, has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirm that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Sans from Undertale. Yeah, he's the suspect. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. But of course, there's no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve.
Hold it!
The suspect, but I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. Are you joking, Edgeworth? I assure you, this is no joke. I know that you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that's correct. That was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the sniping. I see she's done her research as well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump cards she's withholding.
Hold it!
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back! Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden? Oh, that's the first time. That's the first place everyone looked silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad? Yeah, there wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. They really did check everything that could be relevant.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape? And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense.
Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future.
Oh. What the fuck?
Hold it!
You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? But you're the one who's still wondering that! Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean that you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. Why do you keep laughing? I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we're really reached the end now. I've already had my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the subject. There was witnesses. For you, there is your mentor who gave you an alibi. As for the little missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard.
I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else.
Damn. So basically, the only reason Francisca was bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor. By the way, Miss You, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter what the killer went into lobby number 2. Went from the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene, as we dashed from lobby to number 1, and the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot. I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. What if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time? Oh my god. That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception.
Objection!
Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated? I really gotta fucking point it out.
Take that!
Oh my god. That's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. It was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. But I do, which leads me to my next point. The murder occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that the method of the manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gunshot. Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and a little Miss Von Karma already know that much from the beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles? We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Oh my god. We should not have been able to hear it, and yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. Why do they make you do this? You know what? There was a fucking hole in the wall. My bad. Miles, I don't think that such a hole exists, because if it did, I think the two of them would have noticed the crime going on next door. I was just thinking the exact same thing. Windows are holes in the walls. That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing. What is a window if not embedded in a giant hole in a fucking wall? It is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each.
Objection!
Ooh, she got an objection.
Objection!
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window opened in lobby number? Oh my god. The real person!
Take that!
I should have. Oh, I'm getting like annoyed at how slow this is moving. I should have just accused somebody else to see if there was flavor text. Fuck. Moment ruined. I hereby formally indict you of the murder, Mr. Faraday and Mr. Realm. You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think that she is the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet, but of course I'm serious, because she is the only one who could have done it. My argument must not be tight enough. Never thought things would spiral into this, but I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess that means that it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? Alright. You argue that the window was open. Jam the music, okay. However, do you have proof that it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going about accusing people of murder like this. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I must have let my guard now for even a second. This is where it really starts. We should have started with this. Now is the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test.
Hold it!
I love this music. All I need to do is have some prints analyzed and we know straight away. Be my guest. She has the room to maneuver, which means, even if we were able to lift prints, that she'd only show that it was somebody else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window, that's simple logic. Why don't they try presenting that? Oh my god. Game, please. Okay. Are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis? Yes, I'll be fine.
Objection!
Oh, the music, no! I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you? Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know. This isn't mine! That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad. You can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure. You are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. What about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad. Oh, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, you would naturally move to open the window. I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot.
Objection!
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1 when you saw him being Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? Of all today's premeditated events could have only been thought up by you, Miss Yu. Miss Yu, that's you, Miss Yu. Anyway. You accused me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. Oh shit! She's going for the attack! In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Her testimony is flawless! No matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. Even if I'm lacking in information, I'll draw it out of her. She went right for the throat. She fucking did. This rude bitch. I'm just gonna go for that last point. Let me see that.
Hold it!
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. If she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing. I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. That's what you're trying to do! Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key that Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think that you could trap me? Come now, be honest. Never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like. There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key. Okay. Wait, we have like 2 pieces of evidence with this shit? It turns into a knife. Okay.
Objection!
No, my music! I'm sorry, Chad, I'm sorry! I wonder if you might take a look at this photo. Oh, wait! Oh, fuck! Wait!
Look at this photograph!
I almost missed my cue, man. I have like one fucking job as a streamer. This is a picture of the key the yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? With the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than enough to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now, just knowing of the keys? Oh god. I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. Uh-oh. Wait, that's bait. That's bait. I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. This is bait, this is bait, this is bait. Red alert, red alert. Wee, 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 wee. Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. Who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Oh god. That was not a good idea. You knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, and he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. He didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms. Objection! What are you saying? What you're saying is simply not possible. Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. Within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife. I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know. Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication? Oh.
Objection!
The objections are flying! Unfortunately, that is also impossible because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife's aspect either. Yes. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse. How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized that her flaw in logic is actually in a panic over it. That's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife. Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. The moment of truth, the secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu key could change into a knife? K fucking Faraday.
Take that!
No? Okay, no takers? Okay. No takers. I got a lot of life to kill. It was Franziska von fucking Karma.
Take that!
No special dialogue, goddamn. Damn. Do you think special dialogue for bad?
Take that!
No? Okay. Well. It was dead men.
Take that!
There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is the one person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. The Yatagarasu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu? Miss Yu, you used Mr. Rell to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You, who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do something like this? She's going off. Okay. Is she okay? Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill. That's even greater than when I sneak into someplace. What? You killed Faraday? Answer me, Callisto, you! That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. He had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rell an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rell was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both.
Didn't you say that you despise criminals? But do I really? Have you forgotten about the KG8 incident too?
Maybe.
What sort of woman would... So then, was your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent?
I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I had anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the yatagarasu by using this yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered Labby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. And then, let me hold the yatagarasu's key, just like that. He never even noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life.
How could you kill him?
I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death.
If you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel.
I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gunshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led to the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd kill each other.
The trick with the surveillance tape.
I hadn't actually planned to use it as a gun. Use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. That's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape, which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all of his work with a bullet.
You're a defense attorney. How could you betray a client?
Client, if you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Codopian Embassy staff member Deadman.
You ordered a hit job?
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Deadman killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
You don't mean you're working with Manny Cochin too?
Yeah? Guess you'll never know.
Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer!
That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer!
Yatagarasu, you can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. Just humbly accept the judgment of this court.
Oh boy, it was a self-report, yeah. Hey Edgeworth, did you know Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is?
No? Well, let me tell you.
It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'd still gladly take it.
You mean the key was your real target?
And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal?
Or you may regret what comes of your negligence. You two, get down! Body, I can't move. Hey, mister, to your right!
Kay saved my life?
Are you all right, Franziska?
I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed.
Where did Kay go?
That's a gun. Oh god, no. Please don't kill Detective Bad. I was kind of worried if he would die in this case. Oh no. Okay, he's alive. He's fine. Looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a parameter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. Oh, just another hole in the jacket. Okay. Okay. That's... You may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. More importantly, boy, I mean Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you too hurt? I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, detective. Gumshoe. Yes, sir? Detective Bad, sir! Sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened. From Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. In this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Aww. Don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? You got it, Pops! Pops! Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. I should get back to the investigation. I swear I'll catch you if it's the last thing that I do. Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. God, I hope we do. Can he come back? So, thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best! You really did find out the truth behind everything! Well, I'm glad that we solved everything before you were taken to prison. Oh no, sad, depressed judge. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. It was no problem, really! I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have his Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. And one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Oh, what is it? The proof of their friendship. Oh no.
Take that!
It's a Courthouse special Swiss roll! Couldn't I really have it?
It's a present meant for you, after all.
Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now!
The Swiss roll Detective Gumshoe and Kay brought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the hearts of this detective. He's so happy. It's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Whoop! That was good, pal! I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day! It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise! I've got to thank Kay.
Where is she? He only noticed just now. Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him.
You betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. But first, you know what, pal? I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Oh!
And the theme plays. It's just so good. So cute. It's the origin story.
Since nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home, Miles. We have to hurry and report to what has happened to Papa. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. Don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case real well.
counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor against Mia. The detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. Suffering, he says. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... There's no way that Edgeworth would not have remembered Kay at all. Like, it was so weird. He really just didn't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did she ever wash it? Did she ever wash it? I wonder. Like, did she wash the cravat? Do you remember now? Oh boy. Methinks that she did not wash it. Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while.
Kay, you sure grew up a lot.
How did Gumshoe not even recognize her too? Come on. Of course, but thank goodness, I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I wanted to go live with my mother's relatives.
They live really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much. Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
So doesn't it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently and...
Hold it!
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure.
That's impossible.
What's with that look? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. How do you explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor. He was really a great thief, huh?
My father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed, and the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently. Someone other than you? Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. The Yatagarasu were the friends we made along the way. That's what this game's trying to say. That rhymed! Meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind all of this because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. Yatagarasu did send the white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. As soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards? Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
Okay, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal.
Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit.
Mr. Edgeworth, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman.
That evil woman? You mean Callisto you?
I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Owe me for what?
When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Oh, he remembered. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean...
Yes, that case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you.
Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy.
Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief, Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Burn Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Damn. Well, I do like all of these cases. I think it's weird because I like all these cases, but the problem is oh boy. The taking forever to get to a fucking point, really. That's kind of it. Oh boy. So tomorrow we will begin episode 5. Sound good? Episode 5 tomorrow, alright, y'all? If I have to just put out an ending theory, I can put out an ending theory. My ending theory is that Manny... I forgot that guy's name. He could be blackmailing Miss Yu. I'm just throwing it out there. He could be blackmailing her. Threatening her. I don't want to, like, immediately accuse her. Because I feel like there's still information that we don't know about. So I don't want to throw that Manny guy out the window because he was clearly guilty too. But he just got away with it from like the article that we had. So I'll think about that a little bit more, but I think I wonder if there's a relation between Manny and Mr. Faraday. We'll see on the next episode. Anyway, yeah, tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow for stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for all the super chat donations and the resubs. I appreciate it. Also, I will put up a poll on Discord, Twitter, and the community post here on my secondary YouTube channel for what game you guys would like me to play next. So keep a lookout for that in like the next hour. I'll do that right as soon as I get off stream here. But yeah. Bye everybody. See you tomorrow.